Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this Thursday card. Another 10 race card, 1 through 9 are thoroughbred, 10 is quarter horse, and turf, no rain, a little bit of sun, but it's been cool, very cool, so it didn't dry out very much.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time to dry out, but I think today's races stayed more together than yesterday's races. We had a couple of races fall apart yesterday, a 3-horse field right in the middle of that card, which wasn't ideal, but today's races, for the most part, stayed intact.
Yeah, it looks really good card given that we're off the turf. We started out good this morning, and we were just upgraded shortly, just a little while ago, to fast. And to see the extended forecast, hopefully Todd will give us a little preview of how Veterans Day is going to look, or at least the weekend that we have off. Woo woo.
I'm looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, because you get
Thursday,
to hang out with your
already.
best friend,
Get
Eric.
to stay down. Yeah, no,
you guys get to go bro out while I'm on mom duty. Let's see what Todd has to say. TK?
From Indy streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, it should be a beautiful day at the track once again with above normal temperatures, Brian and Rachel, and lots of sunshine. With that sunshine, we'll see highs today top off in the lower 60s. I know it's a little cooler than it has been, but these temperatures are still above normal. One thing to note, though, once the sun starts to set, which is around 5:30, we'll cool off pretty quickly back into the 50s. And then tomorrow morning, we wake to temperatures in the 30s. Looking ahead to your weekend, in case you're interested, in case you have plans, Saturday increasing clouds, but mainly dry until late in the day. Better rain chances in the forecast on Sunday.
Yep, just some fall weather there from TK, huh?
Most professional part of the whole wire-to-wire show right there, aside from the TV department. Yep, TK.
Yeah, TK, 100% agree. Could not agree more. TK and the AV guys up there behind the scenes are the top professionals in this operation.
They carry us, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's talk about doubles. We had a double from Ramos and Evan Roman yesterday.
Yeah, no, they're very impressive. I mean, Ramos, since he's been back, he's been red hot. Roman's certainly there. I think, I've been saying it for a little while now. He's got a chance to catch Fernando and Alberto. He's not that far behind. It could be a 3-horse meet heading into the final week.
You just say that because you wanted to jinx me. Look at you. I know what you're doing. He is so evil. He seems so innocent. He's not. Ramos, it was his 7th multi-win day since October 1st. And then Evan, it's his 13th double of the meet. So we've shown enough of them, I think. I think since long shots have been coming in, we need to focus on those. So there were 3 big payouts yesterday. Race 2 wasn't huge, but I wanted to show Yamari because she's really, I think, a very talented rider. A lot of latte, the 2 here for Ray Paquette, 1580.
Yeah, she just refused to quit. She was on the lead throughout in that race,
so
multiple challengers, and just continued to find more and dig down deep. She finished very well, as did Lotta Latte, and willing to hold off everyone, because One Finale really never gave in. That horse continued to try right through the line, and she dug down deep to get that victory in the second.
I'm telling you, that woman shook my hand when I met her, and I thought my hand was going to fall off. I was like, it's broken. She's really strong. Let's go to, I'd like to see her arm wrestle someone. I bet she'd win.
Yeah, I don't know if there'd be many
guys
that would do. There's not a whole lot of upside to that. I mean, what's the upside? If you win, you're supposed to.
You beat a girl. If you don't, that's
embarrassing. Yeah,
embarrassing.
you just lose.
You're right. Let's go to race 7, number 10, Terminally Handsome. Fernando De La Cruz scoring another win here, 22-20 for Tiana.
This was a huge run. I mean, the horse started with momentum at the top of the turn and just came with a big sustained bid, and it was pretty impressive because I kept waiting for Terminally Handsome to kind of flatten out. His Trusted Image had it all her own way on the top end, but Terminally Handsome just kept coming with that sustained run.
Yeah, for sure. I thought the 7 looked so good running there in the lane, and then Terminally Handsome came up and nipped her at the wire. So congratulations to Tiana for that win. Tiana Richardville, there you have it, 22-20. And I think that got Fernando even closer to, I think they're just like 1 or 2 away. The race 8, number 7, Unbridled Divine, Evan Roman. He had a double. Evan Roman, 25-40 for Haran.
Yeah, I mean, this is an impressive Ace Reporter on the lead, and just to really run Ace Reporter 1-2 shot into the ground in the manner that Unbridled Divine did, it was impressive. The horse was on the lead throughout. Yeah, had the benefit of being on the outside, but Ace Reporter is a horse that doesn't give up very easily, and this horse just opened up at will at the top of the lane.
Yep. Congratulations to them on their... Turn my mic off. Good. congratulations to them on these wins. It has been kind of a long shot end of the meet, which I seem like it always does as we're running horses where we can before the end of the meet. Let's take a look really quickly at the standings and then at the leading jockey title because they're just both so close. Congratulations to Alberto on some nice wins over the last couple of days, putting him 3 in front of Fernando with 76. Fernando with 73, and then Klopp and Gennaro 1 away. Klopp on top as of right now.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be co-champions, I suspect, in the interviews for Klopp and Garcia. Forthcoming on the final day of racing, but with that 110 post time next week, we're going to have some extra races so that they can continue to assert themselves as the top of the year for 2020-24.
Yes, yes. Next week we will be racing, like he said, at 110. Don't forget about that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Those are our last 4 days of racing. And then we kick off our wonderful Monday racing. That is Veterans Day. Lots going on Monday.
Yeah, Veterans Day with that Pick 5 challenge certainly going to be something that I'm paying attention to as well. 14 nationally known handicappers, only two females in the group for sure. $500 in wages in that late
Aaron.
Fire 5 on Monday. Even with the face shots, pretty impressive by our AV team. And all the money that is earned from these $500 in wages will go to the Hoosier veterans and families. Ashley Walls, the VP of Advancement, will be here on track, something that you certainly do not want to miss.
Yes, thank you so much to all of our celebrities for donating their time to put in a Pick 5 on Monday, and all of the proceeds will go to HVF. Really excited about that. B, me, Steve Bick, Maddie C., Ed DeRosa, Scott Ehlers, Nick Hines, The Press Box, Gene McLean, Jenna Otten, Louis Rabeau, The Big A, Ella Starr, Anonymous Dan, and Jimmy Mack will be making tickets featuring the appearance from Jimmy Mack that day as well. And the final day of racing, we do have a couple of nice stakes as well. So that's not the only last excitement that we have.
Yeah, the Miss Indiana and Indiana Futurity, those are going to be excellent end of the year stakes that we always look forward to each and every day, not only crowning the champion Miss Indiana and Indiana Futurity, but it's a good send-off to the end of the meet as well.
Yes, it is. And we also want to remind you that we have an NHC qualifier on a Saturday, December 7th.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, still giving away NHC seats for
Four,
sure.
I
This
believe.
last couple opportunities in here, 4 NHC seats, and I know it's very player-friendly as well. You get live money, not very often in those NHC contests. You get to use the live money contest. You must be on track, so you have to visit Rachel and Tammy in order to participate, but certainly something that would be worth your venture to join us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Saturday, December 7th.
That is actually your final chance to try and qualify for the NHC. It's a nice spot. Doors open at 9 a.m. and you get a $500 travel stipend, tournament fees paid, 3-night stay hotel at Horseshoe Las Vegas, and you get up to 3 entries too. Did you say that? That's pretty cool.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to send it to commercial here after we talk about our wonderful sponsors so that B can go over his early pick 5 ticket. We want to give a big shout out to our Winter Circle sponsor, Bruce Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty. Bruce will hook you up if you need a trailer. Definitely the man to talk to. We also want to thank our B&H Electric guys. Shout out to Greg and Wilson. They're my boys. They are sponsoring the tote board and also the top of the gate. And next year, they're going to build me a nice custom bar down on the awning for us to relax at.
Just what you need.
Just what I need.
Yeah, just what you need.
And we want to also give a big shout out to Indiana Breed Development. They were a wonderful sponsor this year for our meet, and always follow us on social media and like us on YouTube. Free replays on YouTube. 27 minutes to race 1. B will be right back. We're done. Have fun.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Corbel. Make it gold.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome back to the second half of Wire to Wire, where we welcome the Association of Retired Members of the Indiana General Assembly on track today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and hopefully we can give them a Pick 5 winner, where we're just 25 minutes away from that 11.99% takeout Pick 5. Unfortunately, we're off the turf. Many of those distances did switch to a mile and 70 yards. If that 70 yards matters to you, certainly handicap that into your handicapping endeavors. We'll kick it off with maiden special weight going a mile and 70 yards. No scratches, no changes. This is one of the few races that was originally carded to be on the turf. I'm going to go 2, 3, 5, and 6. Not overly confident in this race. Many of the horses wanted to be on the turf course. I think Backwards K could be sneaky in here, a horse who's been at the lower level ranks, but later on, the maiden special weight this late in the meet is not as grandeur as, say, it would be in April or May. A lot of the horses have graduated already, so I'm not overly concerned with that horse going back up to maiden special weight. But it really looks like a wide open race in here. Many of them wanted to be on the turf course, so be on the main track, so we're going to spread it out in the opener, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Where we move along to race number 2, kick it off with a $15,000 maiden claiming in here, going a mile and 70 yards for 3-year-olds and up, all looking for their first career victory. Does start today's early Pick 5. I'll go 1, 4, and 7. Uncle Tuffy may be tough to beat in here, but we've routinely seen horses shipping in from Keeneland. They either win for fun or they run up the track, and that could be the case with Uncle Tuffy, one of our own vaccinator, turf to dirt in play for Ray Paquette. The Paquette gang got a win yesterday and looked to pick up right where they left off with this 3-year-old chestnut by Connect. Vaccinator could also be a hunch play as well with the election week. And then Mucho Grande at 9-2, Rodney Prescott and Brian Waltz. 0 for 5, but a little bit misleading. Does have 4 second and third place finishes. We'll see if the Belterra shipper can get that Indiana money in race number 2. Race number 3, another race originally carded for the turf course, now 1 mile and 70 yards on a fast main track. With that surface change, we did have 2 horses come out. Scratch numbers 4 and 9 out of the third race, and I'm going to look no further than Looking for Glory. Bob Dobbs and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Last seen on a day, October 10th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a day in which we originally had a double carryover, not 1 carryover, but 2 carryovers. This horse broke sharp, dueled from the 2-path, likely deserved better fate, was the beaten favorite at even money, but lost a wicked photo finish. I think Looking for Glory, the one to catch to cash, and the clear single in race number 3. The fourth event, a mile and 70 yards, non-winners of 2, 7,500, the claiming price, scratch number 2 out of this event. We're going to spread it out in here. 1, 3, 7, and 8. Beautiful Mandate is your favorite. That horse has speed, but really didn't have much finish. It was kind of a unique race last time out. Was bet down to 1-2 for Michael Maker. Showed a ton of speed, broke sharp, got a clear, easy lead, and then just stayed on willingly. But it didn't appear, at least to my eyes, that it was a tiring issue. The horse just started to look around, got past, re-rallied in the gallop out. Not usually something that I like to see, a horse waiting on other horses in the lane. So we'll throw in Wicked Beautiful as well. That one closed very well and galloped out well last time out for Tom Medina, a horse who had previously been 0 for 17, now 1 for 18, looking to make it 2 in a row, and hopefully the light bulb angle will go on for Wicked Beautiful with the apprentice rider aboard. 1, 3, 7, and 8 for me in the fourth. Race number 5, another off-turf event in here. This race had scratches of 4, 6, 9, and 14. 4, 6, 9, and 14. We'll use the top 3 selections. 2, 11, and 13. You heard us talk about it earlier today. Joe Ramos has been red hot, as has Randy Klopp, who holds a 1-race lead over trainer Gennaro Garcia. And we did have one correction to make from the first half of Wire to Wire. It's actually closer than we even expected here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as Alberto Burgos has a 2-race lead over Fernando de la Cruz. They both picked up wins yesterday. There's 7 race days left here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the battle for leading rider continues to be very close, with only 2 races separating them, or 2 wins separating them, and both with an impressive 15% and 13%. And look at that, the magic of television. It just updates automatically from 7 to 5 days of racing left here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Alberto Burgos looking for an opportunity to get his first leading rider title, while Fernando de la Cruz looking for an impressive 3rd here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The experienced veteran and the talent of the up-and-coming new face looking for his first leading rider title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, something you'll certainly want to continue to monitor with only 5 days of racing left here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Whether you're on track enjoying some of the finest cuisine in all of the Midwest, or whether you're tuning in on the simulcast feed, certainly wish you the best of luck. We're 20 minutes away from live racing action right here at the Shoe. Welcome to the races here on a Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A gorgeous day, partly cloudy. Very nice day. Fast main track. Turf course did not dry out. We'll be off the turf today. No turf racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a fast main track. We're about 15 minutes away from the opener. Let's go through today's scratches and changes. No changes in race 1. It originally carted for 1 mile on the turf, now 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. And with us being off the turf, there'll be no all-turf pick 3. Horseshoe hat trick today will have to wait for next week. In the second race, number 8, Free America, has been gelded. Race 3, originally on the turf, now 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. 2 scratches to report, 4 and 9. Take out the 4 and 9 out of the third. In the fourth race, scratch number 2, Princess Calamo. Princess Calamo out of the fourth. In the fifth, no changes to the distance, now 5 furlongs on the main track. Scratch 4, 6, 9, and 14. Do note the also eligible 13 Last Legacy will run. Number 8 will be 1 pound overweight. Number 10, 3 pounds over. Sixth race, number 1 and 8 will be 1 pound overweight. Moving along to the seventh race, scratch number 3, Mox Neats, out of the seventh. Number 8, Gimmel, is picked up by Evan Roman. In the eighth race, scratch number 7. Ninth race, only 1 change to report. Number 5, Lamadora, will be 2 pounds overweight. In the lone quarter horse event, 1 will be 3 pounds over, 2, 5 over, 3, 3 over, 4, 5 over, 6, 5 over, 8, 2 over, and number 14, A Chocolate Kiss, is scratched. 12 minutes away from live racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The early pick 5 begins right away in race number 1. We'll be on the main track today on a gorgeous Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Best of luck.
Field on the track for the opener, and they'll be at the starting gate 3 minutes from now. Fields reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the opener. Katrina Partner first to load. Backwards K goes in. Secret Savior and War Trinkets. Time in the lone horse back. Racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis as Secret Savior broke awfully quickly, but as did Katrina Partner, content to hold that rail position, and it's a scramble for the early lead as Backwards K, the only one taking off the leaders at this point as Katrina Partner holds the rail into that first turn. Alongside of that, the quick braking Secret Savior now takes a length off of Time In, who sits in second. Then comes War Trinkets in fourth, and Kennedy Heights along with Got the Life and Backwards K. These two are blazing up front through an opening quarter in 23.42, and Katrina Partner and Time In have put 5 lengths on the rest of this field as these two are having no mercy on the backside, not trying to slow it down, not even a little bit, as Katrina Partner holds off Time In on the stretch out. War Trinket still sits in third, 5 lengths behind those top two through an opening half mile in 48.43. In fourth comes Kennedy Heights along with Secret Savior. Now Backwards K has cut into that margin. Got the Life is under a drive and not responding. Fernando de la Cruz is not getting much from Got the Life at this point, as Katrina Partner is now attacked by a fresh face, and that face is Secret Savior along with Kennedy Heights, who's in the 3 path, as those two, Katrina Partner and Time In, did themselves no favors on that backside, and Kennedy Heights takes the lead from Secret Savior, and now Backwards K, the 5-year-old mare, is rolling late, can't get through down on the inside. Having to check was War Trinkets, who didn't get through, but now is trying to rally in and catch Kennedy Heights. Kennedy Heights from War Trinkets, and War Trinkets refused to be denied. War Trinkets from Kennedy Heights and Secret Savior. (6.532) in 146.05. entering the winner's circle in the 10th start for War Trinkets. Refused to be denied today. 3-year-old Chestnut filly by V.E. Day out of Gloston Found. Bred in Indiana by the owners, Michael and Penny Lauer, trained by Michael Lauer, ridden to victory by Andres Calea. War Trinkets comes home to score at 5-1, returns $12 on top. First exact of the day, 25.40, 50-cent trifecta, 58.80, 10-cent superfecta, 48.49. Race number 2 in 24 minutes from now kicks off today's early pick 4. Racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis as Secret Savior broke awfully quickly, but as did Katrina Partner, content to hold that rail position, and it's a scramble for the early lead as Backwards K, the only one taking off the leaders at this point as Katrina Partner holds the rail into that first turn. Alongside of that, the quick braking Secret Savior now takes a length off of Time In, who sits in second. Then comes War Trinkets in fourth, and Kennedy Heights along with Got the Life and Backwards K. These two are blazing up front through an opening quarter in 23.42, and Katrina Partner and Time In have put 5 lengths on the rest of this field as these two are having no mercy on the backside, not trying to slow it down, not even a little bit, as Katrina Partner holds off Time In on the stretch out. War Trinket still sits in third, 5 lengths behind those top two through an opening half mile in 48.43. In fourth comes Kennedy Heights along with Secret Savior. Now Backwards K has cut into that margin. Got the Life is under a drive and not responding. Fernando de la Cruz is not getting much from Got the Life at this point, as Katrina Partner is now attacked by a fresh face, and that face is Secret Savior along with Kennedy Heights, who's in the 3 path, as those two, Katrina Partner and Time In, did themselves no favors on that backside, and Kennedy Heights takes the lead from Secret Savior, and now Backwards K, the 5-year-old mare, is rolling late, can't get through down on the inside. Having to check was War Trinkets, who didn't get through, but now is trying to rally in and catch Kennedy Heights. Kennedy Heights from War Trinkets, and War Trinkets refused to be denied. War Trinkets from Kennedy Heights and Secret Savior.
Cowboy Culture is the only son of Quality Roads standing in the state of Indiana. He's out of a Smart Strike mare, went undefeated as a 2-year-old, won multiple stakes at age 3, was stakes placed at age 5, and retired sound after a 28-race career. He checks all the boxes for what a mare owner would be looking for.
Ten minutes to race 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a 3-year-old nut maiden claiming for 15, and they're going 1.70 on the dirt. The change in here is the 8 Free America should be listed as a gelding. The one, Uncle Tuffy, is who I'm going to go with on top here. 2-1 on the tote board. Oscar Villarreal aboard here, and he has been hot lately. He had 4 wins to kick off the week, and I think in the last 2, he's had about, I want to say 7 wins, I believe I saw. The rail's doing pretty well at sprint, not as much at a route, but the inside's good. Maria Pinzon is the conditioner, 3-year-old gelding by Always Dreaming, making his 7th lifetime start. Dropped down from maiden claiming to maiden claiming for 20. Was it Churchill in the maiden claiming for 30 on the slop sprinting? Switched it all up at Keeneland. We went to a mile and a 16th. We got a fast track and dropped down to maiden claiming for 20. Still not a big difference. But this horse is going down to the lowest it's been in a maiden claiming for 15. And has the best speed at the distance of a mile and 70, which was this 4th place finish here. Back to Indiana. I really just think that this one's going to improve on the inside. And had a nice in this group compared to Speed Figure recently. I'm going to go now to the 4 Vaccinator. Vaccinators 3-1. Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Ray Paquette. And Fernando had a nice winner yesterday. So did Ray at a very nice price. It was the 2nd race. Yamari was aboard for him. It was $15.80. So he's on a roll here. Let's see if we can keep it going with this 3-year-old gelding by Connect, who's making its 4th lifetime start. Now this horse, I went back and watched the replays because he got 2nd on June 13th here at 6 furlongs in a maiden claiming for 12.5 and was bumped at the start. And he was the 12. He was on the outside. The inside horse just came out crooked and bumped right into him. It has not been his fault. He has gone in the gate perfectly. He has broke well. He just gets bad luck on who's on his outside. And the same thing happened on the 24th. He was the 4 and the inside. I thought it was going to be the outside horse because it was hard to load, but it was the 4. Just came out of the gate right into him. So he's had bad luck there. He was 2nd by half a length at 6 furlongs. Tried the turf and a route for the first time. Last time out, did not like that. But he did show a little bit of speed there at the end, going from like 7th all the way to, off the lead by 7 lengths to closing it to 4. Maybe he just needed one, and I think he's going to like returning to dirt, and he's already ran 2 turns, so that's good. Then I'm going to go to the 5 at 9-2 on the tote board, and that is Brinson. Brinson gets Santo Sandra, one of my favorite underrated jockeys. Santo rides so hard. He's so talented. Gennaro Garcia's got him up on this first-time starter. I looked up the breeding. Heart to Heart, the sire. Love to go long on the grass, so I'm sure they're looking maybe after the Gennaro's probably going to try him out here on dirt and then maybe try turf later. But he's putting him in here. And like I said, the breeding's long on turf on the dam side or on the sire side. Now, Drop Dead Red, the dam, has 1 winner from 1 starter. Gennaro's 18% when he puts his horses in these maiden claimings. I had to include that one. 1-4-5 for me here in the 2nd race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This starts the early 50-cent pick 4. Get your tickets in early. Good luck.
field on the track for the upcoming second race. We do have some scratches to be announced for the first time of the day. In the finale, race number 10, scratch 11, 12, and 13. All also eligibles are scratched out of the 10th and final. Race number 2 set to go off 3 minutes from now. Fields reached the starting gate. Now post time for the second. Master switch goes in. Mucho Grande got a little warm in the warm-up. Vaccinator and Free America, the last two to load. All set. They are off and running to an even beginning as Free America freewheeling it out on the front end with Master Switch in between Uncle Tuffy as Free America at 62-1. The first to go into that turn, making it a little bit tight on Uncle Tuffy, who's looking to switch out off that rail. Master Switch sits in second. Then the gray Orso Gradar along with Vaccinator Brinson, and getting the worst of it is only Frank Knows, and Mucho Grande as Brinson, the first time starter, just watching this all happen into the first turn through an opening quarter in 24.16. Free America now attacked and joined by Master Switch as only Frank Knows sits in the three path. Then comes Mucho Grande out wider than that. Vaccinator getting a good spot, if good enough, along with Urso Gradar and Hannah Leahy's trying to hold off heels there as now Brinson cuts into that margin and they try to slow it down into that headwind on the backside through an opening half mile in 48.64. A very controlled pace for the field's long shot in Free America. On the lead is Kalea looking for a riding double. Master Switch has now asked for his best from in between, and on the class drop, Master Switch is going to have to do better than that. Only Frank Knows rolls up into the two path as here comes Fernando de la Cruz and Vaccinator. Urso Gradar is looking for a split, and it's there if Urso Gradar wants to take it, as Vaccinator at 2-1 has a lot of momentum, and Vaccinator picking up steam on the outside. Urso Gradar still digging on. Free America is as well, but this one is Vaccinator, and Vaccinator got the jump on this field and digs down deep for the win. It's a photo for the exacta between Urso Gradar and Brinson in 144.44. Four, 5, 2, 1 in the second. Into the winner's circle, Vaccinator, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Connect out of Come Follow Me, bred in Kentucky by Fox Strauss and Kentucky Sparks View Farm. Owned by Nice Guy Stables, trained by Ray Paquette III. Ridden to victory by two-time champion, looking to make it 3, Fernando de la Cruz. Vaccinator takes the second, race number 3, coming up after Prices, as race 2 still remains unofficial. Race 2 now official. $1 exacta, $29.60. 50-cent trifecta, $308.20. 10-cent superfecta, $178.22. First daily double of the day returns $22.50. Race number 3 on the board 21 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 4 and 9 out of this race, originally carded for 1 mile on the turf, now 1 mile and 70 yards. Race number 3, we welcome Association of Retired Members of the Indiana General Assembly. They are off and running to an even beginning as Free America freewheeling it out on the front end with Master Switch in between Uncle Tuffy as Free America at 62-1. The first to go into that turn, making it a little bit tight on Uncle Tuffy, who's looking to switch out off that rail. Master Switch sits in second. Then the gray Orso Gradar, along with Vaccinator Brinson, and getting the worst of it is only Frank Knows, and Mucho Grande as Brinson, the first-time starter, just watching this all happen into the first turn through an opening quarter in 24.16. Free America now attacked and joined by Master Switch as only Frank Knows sits in the 3-path. Then comes Mucho Grande out wider than that. Vaccinator getting a good spot, if good enough, along with Urso Gradar and Hannah Leahy's trying to hold off heels there as now Brinson cuts into that margin and they try to slow it down into that headwind on the backside through an opening half mile in 48.64. A very controlled pace for the field's long shot in Free America on the lead as Kalea looking for a riding double. Master Switch has now asked for his best from in between, and on the class drop, Master Switch is going to have to do better than that. Only Frank Knows rolls up into the 2-path as here comes Fernando de la Cruz and Vaccinator. Urso Gradar is looking for a split, and it's there if Urso Gradar wants to take it, as Vaccinator at 2-1 has a lot of momentum, and Vaccinator picking up steam on the outside. Urso Gradar still digging on. Free America is as well, but this one is Vaccinator, and Vaccinator got the jump on this field and digs down deep for the win. It's a photo for the exacta between Urso Gradar and Brinson in 144.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Eight minutes of the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden. It was supposed to be a mile on the grass, and it's been taken off. Scratch a couple horses in here. It is what it is, the 4 and the 9, Charming Victory. I'm going to go here with Tasha on top. Me and the AV guys, we're in agreement here. Natasha's horse, Porky is my name, gets Deshaun Parker aboard, and it's been close in these. Even the 4th place finish was by 3 lengths, second by a length and a quarter. It has been turf routing for those, but she's given him a couple months off, a little bit of a freshening. He has ran the distance plenty and a couple of seconds. Now those were on turf. But this one has ran dirt plenty of times and hasn't really done anything. But it's the end of the meet. He's had a little freshening. He hasn't ran on dirt for a long time. It's been all the way back to May of last year. So I think that Deshaun being hot as well is going to help. Out of the last 9 starts, 3 wins, a second, 2 thirds. So I'm going to go with Porky on top here in the 3rd race. His groom, Hannah, Natasha's daughter, there in the stall with him there, taking good care of the boy. Let's go to the rail, Looking for Glory. This horse hasn't ever ran on turf. It would have been the first try, but so I bet Rob Dobbs isn't too upset that they didn't, because he's been so close on dirt the last few. He missed for 3rd sprinting on August 27th by less than a length. Then he was 2nd at a mile and a 16th, and then he was 2nd by a neck at a mile. Is the bettor's favorite at 1-2 here. Was the bettor's favorite in his last race. Has the highest last race speed figure of 74. Horse has nice early speed about him. So I'm not shocked at all. But, you know, looking at Lucky and Savannah's Glory, they liked Polly and dirt. So really, you could go both ways. I wasn't really shocked when I saw they entered him on turf to see what he would do, because sometimes Polly, you know, form transpires to turf. The 6, My Mr. Perfect, 5-1 on the tote board. Hannah Leahy aboard for Aaron Thompson. Hannah's had some nice finishes. She's had a lot of 2nd and 3rds, and I'm hoping she gets a win here soon. But this one, mile last time on the dirt, put up, ended up 4th. But if you look at those before that, mile and a 16th on the dirt, September 23rd was 3rd by many lengths, but still a nice 3rd. And then turf was 3rd. Mile and 70 on the dirt was 3rd. We've gotten stuck in this 3rd place finish. Let's see if we can't get it done. But has had a little bit of trouble bobbing at the start, awkward start here and there. Kind of got a wide trip. Let's see if Hannah can't get him into the inside and get him around there here. But I did put him in since he likes to get 3rd for 3rd. 2-1-6 for me in this race. I'm going to go with Porky is my name. Natasha Perez and DP team up. Good luck.
Field on the track for the third race. Scratch 4 and 9. Rolling daily doubles available. Field approaching the gate for the Association of the Retired Members of the Indiana General Assembly Classic. Welcome those members here at Horseshoe Indianapolis joining us today down in the winner's circle. Thanks for all their efforts over the years. One mile and 70 yards. One will return a maiden no more. CV Ronin Legacy goes in with Star Spangled Image. Hot Black Coffee. And Mordecai.
Yeah, takes off.
The Armiga Classic is underway, and CV Ronin Legacy goes right to that lead and clears off by a length from My Mr. Perfect. Down on the inside comes Tennyson Kid, and outside of that one comes Star Spangled Image on the wide side. Looking for Glory tucks in behind that top group. Then is Hot Black Coffee along with Mordecai, and Pork Is My Name is already 10 lengths behind, and even 5 lengths further behind than that is Quality Dancer as CV Ronin Legacy puts the pedal to the metal through an opening quarter in 23.52, and CV Ronin Legacy is well clear as Tennyson Kid on the stretch out under the guidance of Joe Ramos sits in second. Outside of that, the first-time starter Hot Black Coffee is good to go. Looking for Glory at 1-9 is in a beautiful spot. Then comes My Mr. Perfect. First half mile on the board in 48.75 as CV Ronin Legacy's lead is now cut down to 3, but Tennyson Kid is asked to cut into that margin, and here comes Looking for Glory in hand and in command soon for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. as Tennyson Kid is just kind of scrubbing the wheels. My Mr. Perfect with the yellow sleeves and the black chest as CV Ronin Legacy looks to be attacked by Looking for Glory, but Looking for Glory is stalled out, and CV Ronin Legacy continuing to dig deep. CV Ronin Legacy has repelled the initial challenge from Looking for Glory, and now Looking for Glory is attacked from the outside by My Mr. Perfect, and My Mr. Perfect going to try and nail Looking for Glory. Looking for Glory digging down deep. Looking for Glory, a hard-fought 1-9 over My Mr. Perfect in the Armiga Classic. Photo sign is down. Hard-fought victory for your 1-9 favorite. Looking for Glory. 1-6-5-7. Unofficially in 144.61. Into the Murphy Trailer winner's circle is Looking for Glory, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Looking at Lucky out of Savannah's Glory, bred in Indiana by Berger Racing Stables. Trained by Bob Dobbs, ridden to victory by Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and owned by Berger Racing Stables. As race number 3 is official. $1 exacta returns $2.60. 50-cent trifecta, $10.15. 10-cent superfecta, favorite on top, $11.64. Your 4-1 double returns $4.40. 50-cent pick 3, $13.30. Race number 4, coming to the main stage, mile and 70 yards on the main track. Do scratch number 2, Princess Kalamoa. Welcome, the group of Association of the Retired Members of the Indiana General Assembly. Horseshoe Indianapolis welcomes you and appreciates your services over the years. The Armiga Classic is underway, and CV Ronin Legacy goes right to that lead and clears off by a length from My Mr. Perfect. Down on the inside comes Tennyson Kid, and outside of that one comes Star Spangled Image on the wide side. Looking for Glory tucks in behind that top group. Then is Hot Black Coffee along with Mordecai, and Pork Is My Name is already 10 lengths behind, and even 5 lengths further behind than that is Quality Dancer as CV Ronin Legacy puts the pedal to the metal through an opening quarter in 23.52, and CV Ronin Legacy is well clear as Tennyson Kid on the stretch out under the guidance of Joe Ramos sits in second. Outside of that, the first-time starter Hot Black Coffee is good to go. Looking for Glory at 1-9 is in a beautiful spot. Then comes My Mr. Perfect. First half mile on the board in 48.75 as CV Ronin Legacy's lead is now cut down to 3, but Tennyson Kid is asked to cut into that margin, and here comes Looking for Glory in hand and in command soon for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. as Tennyson Kid is just kind of scrubbing the wheels. My Mr. Perfect with the yellow sleeves and the black chest as CV Ronin Legacy looks to be attacked by Looking for Glory, but Looking for Glory is stalled out, and CV Ronin Legacy continuing to dig deep. CV Ronin Legacy has repelled the initial challenge from Looking for Glory, and now Looking for Glory is attacked from the outside by My Mr. Perfect, and My Mr. Perfect going to try and nail Looking for Glory. Looking for Glory digging down deep. Looking for Glory, a hard-fought 1-9 over My Mr. Perfect in the Armiga Classic.
9 minutes to the 4th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a filly and mare 3-year-old up claiming for 7,500. This is a mile and 70 yards. Princess Kalama is out, the 2. Leaving us 7 betting interest in here, and I'm going to go with the 7 on top. Beautiful Mandate. Ramos is aboard. He's coming off of a double yesterday on the Wednesday card, and this filly is by Strong Mandate, who is trained by Mike Moneymaker, coming off of a 2nd place finish, getting beat a length and a half in there. At a mile and a 16th and a claiming for 10. We're dropping down here to 7,500. This filly seems like if she doesn't get close to the pace, she doesn't do that well. When she's off the pace, she doesn't, but when she's on the pace, she does. Had some nice 3rd and 2nds, just sitting a couple of lengths off the pace. Half a length off the pace, she had a win. This last time she was set the pace, was in the lead all up until the winner came up and caught her. It's Bettor's favorite. So Mike, high percentage, does well with his horses as if they're beaten favorite, and Ramos is hot right now. So that one just made sense for me in this group. The 3 is 8-5. Stupendous Evan Roman coming off of a double as well yesterday. He is riding here for Donna Riley. This is a 5-year-old mare who's dropping way down. She has been, as of late, running kind of all over the place, claiming for 20, claiming for 10, allowance. Last time she was in a 15 and was 3rd, beaten just a neck. She's Arrow de Queen came back to win, the winner, and then O Macarena, they both caught her right there. And it was a full 12-horse field, too. That was turf and a mile and a 16th. We're going back down to a mile, which she has some races that are pretty good at a mile on dirt and on poly. This is a mile and 70, so it doesn't really give you the exact, because she's ran at different tracks, and there was just a flat mile. But she has some good ones at this distance, so I like that. And she's returning to dirt. Now, she has one of 27, and the one win was not on dirt. But she does have on Indiana dirt 2 second-place finishes, so she's ran well here in the past. And then I'm going to go to the 4, Leftover Sushi, which, it's a little touchy, Leftover Sushi. Don't know if you want to mess with that. But my boy Santo is up. The 4 right now is 7-1. I think this was a good long shot play. 3-year-old filly Vino Rosso. I like the breeding. Is 1 of 4. And it was just a couple back in a main claiming for 7,500. Albin was aboard. It was over at Belterra, and it was on the turf. Tried last time here October 22nd after a little bit of a layoff from September 13th to October 22nd. And tried going the longest that she's gone, a mile and a 16th on the grass, and it was a claiming for 15. She's down to 7,500, and she tried it the same way that she's had success before. She was a length and a half a length off the leader. She just gave too much to stay up with them, and I think she went too long. That's just my from what I saw from watching the race. I think that she's gonna try dirt again. She's only tried dirt once, and she was sprinting. So I think getting down to a mile, getting back to dirt, we'll see if she likes dirt this time or if it's just she's just a grass girl now. But Leftover Sushi definitely, I think, is one to sweeten it up at 7-1. 7-3-4 here for me. I've got Beautiful Mandate, Ramos, and the Moneymaker on top here for me in the 4th race. Next race does start the late Fire 5, and B is going to be going over his ticket. He's been hot this year, giving out many winning Pick 5 tickets, so get ready for his advice in the next race. But for me in this one, I'm on the 7. Good luck.
Field on the track for the upcoming 4th, 2 minutes from now. Scratch number 2, Princess Kalamoa, out of the 4th. Fields reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 4th. Leftover Sushi goes in. Waiting on Wicked Beautiful. Be set for a start. They are off and running. Collected Success hopped ever so tight briefly and then was in tight from in between Leftover Sushi and El Tyra. It's a scramble for the early lead as Beautiful Mandate goes looking for the lead but is going to be posted 4 wide as Katerina Petrova holding that rail position stupendous at 5-2 in between of Leftover Sushi. Beautiful Mandate at 2-1 is 4 wide through that first turn as El Tyra, after briefly breaking inward, is now finding a good position through an opening quarter in 23.75. In 5th comes Wicked Beautiful alongside Collected Success, who had a rough beginning. But it's 4 across the track into the headwind of the backside here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and none of them appearing to give an inch at this point. Katerina Petrova with stupendous Leftover Sushi and Beautiful Mandate content to be 4 wide through a half mile in 48.19. Collected Success on the stretch out is in a good position alongside Wicked Beautiful, as that's it for El Tyra. Angel Serpa not getting much response from El Tyra as Katerina Petrova is trying to dismiss the other 3 in here. Beautiful Mandate is under an all-out drive from Joe Ramos, and here comes Wicked Beautiful, and Wicked Beautiful is moving well, but Katerina Petrova still has the lead. Leftover Sushi getting a good ground-saving trip, and Leftover Sushi going to try and squeeze through in on the rail, but there goes Wicked Beautiful up to the lead, and it's a length clear now for Wicked Beautiful as Wicked Beautiful says thank you very much, and it's all about Wicked Beautiful. Wicked Beautiful wins the pageant today in a romp from Collected Success, and Beautiful Mandate settles for 3rd. Eight 5 7-1 in the 4th. Entering the winner's circle for the 2nd time of her career is Wicked Beautiful, a 4-year-old Dark Bay filly by Wicked Strong out of My Jimmy Choo Girl. Bred in Kentucky by Ariana Ladd. Train to Victory by Thomas Medina, owned by Blanca Salazar, and Ridden to Victory by Oscar Viral. Race 4 has gone official. $1 exacta returns $27.50. Trifecta $50.35. 10-cent superfecta $49.94. The $1 double featuring races 3 and 4 $8.50. 50-cent pick 3 $14.75. Race number 5 kicks off today's late Fire 5. Hopefully you're still alive in that early pick 5. If not, we begin anew in the 5th. We'll sprint 5 furlongs on the main track. Please scratch 4, 6, 9, and 14. The 13 last legacy will run in 20 minutes. They are off and running. Collected Success hopped ever so tight briefly and then was in tight from in between Leftover Sushi and El Tyra. It's a scramble for the early lead as Beautiful Mandate goes looking for the lead but is going to be posted 4 wide as Katerina Petrova holding that rail position stupendous at 5-2 in between of Leftover Sushi. Beautiful Mandate at 2-1 is 4 wide through that first turn as El Tyra, after briefly breaking inward, is now finding a good position through an opening quarter in 23.75. In 5th comes Wicked Beautiful alongside Collected Success, who had a rough beginning. But it's 4 across the track into the headwind of the backside here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and none of them appearing to give an inch at this point. Katerina Petrova with Stupendous, Leftover Sushi, and Beautiful Mandate content to be 4 wide through a half mile in 48.19. Collected Success on the stretch out is in a good position alongside Wicked Beautiful, as that's it for El Tyra. Angel Serpa not getting much response from El Tyra as Katerina Petrova is trying to dismiss the other 3 in here. Beautiful Mandate is under an all-out drive from Joe Ramos, and here comes Wicked Beautiful, and Wicked Beautiful is moving well, but Katerina Petrova still has the lead. Leftover Sushi getting a good ground-saving trip, and Leftover Sushi going to try and squeeze through in on the rail, but there goes Wicked Beautiful up to the lead, and it's a length clear now for Wicked Beautiful as Wicked Beautiful says thank you very much, and it's all about Wicked Beautiful. Wicked Beautiful wins the pageant today in a romp from Collected Success, and Beautiful Mandate settles for 3rd. 7 minutes away from the 5th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Kicks off the late Fire 5. So far, it's been fairly jockey. We had a couple of prices come home to score. Kicked off the card with a 5-1 winner in the first race. Did have a 1-9 hold on, very stubborn foe in second in the Armiga Classic. But we'll go out to the main track again, fast track at that for race number 5. Scratch 4, 6, 9, and 14. Let's look at this field and talk about the late Fire 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 11.99% takeout, featuring some very tough races. I'm going to use 2, 3, 11, and 13 in here. I think the 13, the also eligible drawing in, could play a factor at 11-1, but an even betting board right now. In fact, 3 horses all vying for favoritism between the 2, 3, and 11 at 3-1 in very lukewarm fashion. In race number 6, we'll welcome the fillies and mares to the starting gate in here for a state bred allowance race. Beach Dancer off the layoff for Kwiatkowski and Kaler. They're rolling out some of their finest specimens on today, and I think they'll play a big factor in this late Fire 5. 1, 6, and 9 in this race, just hanging on. It hasn't been seen since August 21st. Could be any sort. Lauer looking for his training double on the day as he kicked off the card. Evan Roman going to be aboard, along with Rapunzel's Song and Brad Cox. That one has some royal breeding that we'll talk about a little bit later for Rapunzel's Song, who hasn't been seen in a while. Race number 7. This will be where the single is, and I don't believe many other people are going to single Conference Calling. For Kwiatkowski and Kaler, Tim Aggleston, Joe Ramos teaming up in here. The 2-year-old chestnut by Air Force Blue is bred to handle 2 turns. Today they get the opportunity to go that extra route of ground. They've run 2 sprints, now out to a route, which is usually a good sign for Tim Aggleston, one of his favorites. In fact, he wins at 50% off the 2 sprints to a route race. And this 2-year-old's run very well in both races. In the career debut, ran in against some good ones in Illegal Contact and Gold Win, who unfortunately came back to beat Conference Calling next out. Has shown speed, hasn't always shown the finish. We'll see if the stretch out will assist Conference Calling, who breaks from the inside. In race number 8, not going to get too creative in this race. 1, 3, and 5, Evocation. Could be a single for many, but I do think my Springtime deserves a look. Turf to Dirt in play. Kalea going to be calling the shots, and then Frosty Tail, another one who goes turf to dirt. Gennaro Garcia gets Alberto Pusac aboard 0 for 6 with 1 second place finish. That lone second didn't come on the synthetic at Turfway, in which they sat in a good spot and rallied home nicely. I expect them to do the same today with Frosty Tail. Number 9 is the final thoroughbred race of the day. No scratches, no changes in the 9th. The late Daily Double kicks off here, featuring both thoroughbreds as well as quarter horses. We'll go 2, 4, and 8. It should be noted that Candy's Sammy Bermudez is owned and trained by Andy Brown, a 5-year-old mare. Now, you don't usually use 5-year-old first-time starters. However, this one does get Lasix and by Texas Red, and Andy Brown, just a guy that I trust. He doesn't have a ton of horses, but he takes very good care of the ones that he does, and he certainly would not be running this 5-year-old mare in a spot that she couldn't be competitive. And she's not only debuting at 5, but she's also debuting at the maiden special weight level. Not a horse that a 5-year-old mare is coming in running for 5 or running for 10, coming in a protected spot. That's one that could be a separator in the late Fire 5, as many people are just going to key in on both the 4 and the 8 with experience, and those two strictly the horses to beat. But I've seen a lot of Outlaw Woman and Little Ransom Fire so far, and they leave a little bit to the imagination, and that imagination has drawn my eye to a first-time starter who may be 5, but looking for that first win and undefeated without tasting defeat yet. Riders getting the leg up. They'll be on the track for race number 5 shortly. Field on the track for race 5 kicks off late fire 5. Field is gathered their way to the starting gate, 5 furlongs on a fast main track. Haven't punched in those tickets. Make sure to do so now. Do You Realize was the first to load. Sophie Doyle will remount. Color Me Fast goes in. Good betting board. 4 horses between 3 and 4 to 1 in the 5th. Fancy Prance. Waiting on Last Legacy and Blue Lily. Consternation, Seed Chrome acting up. Alberto Burgos hopped off Seed Chrome, who has settled. $33 to 1 on the board at the time of poor behavior. We'll have a delay. On advice of the track veterinarian, late scratch of number 1, Seed Chrome. Seed Chrome has been scratched from the upcoming 5th race. Do note, this kicks off the late fire 5. You'll have a couple of minutes to adjust those tickets. If you did have Seed Chrome in the pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5, in the early pick 5, you'll be transferred to the post-time favorite. If you had Seed Chrome in a daily double, there will be a consolation payoff. But you've got a couple of minutes to rearrange those tickets if you're planning on playing the late fire 5 with the late scratch of Seed Chrome. Reloading process has begun yet again as No Lack of Charm goes in. Thirsty Accountant, Fancy Prance, Blue Lily, Last Legacy will be set for a start. Take 2. This time carousing on her. They are off and running. Color Me Fast with the late money signed on clicks down to 9-5 and goes a length clear from Lily's Home, who's asked to keep pace. Blue Lily sits in second. Outside of that comes No Lack of Charm. Even wider than that is Thirsty Accountant. Carousing sits in sixth. Francie Prance in tightly down on the inside. Then Do You Realize and Last Legacy on the wide side as Blue Lily and Color Me Fast appear to be going quickly. 22.38 as Blue Lily pokes that nose in front. Color Me Fast is going to have to counter. Lily's Home shifting off the rail into the 3-path, coming with her run. Thirsty Accountant at 7-2 is just spinning the wheels. No Lack of Charm going to ride the rail, and it's Blue Lily putting away Color Me Fast. Blue Lily going to have to deal with Lily's Home as Lily's Home is coming, but the wire is as well, and Blue Lily is clear. Blue Lily on the wrong lead, but in the right spot. It's Blue Lily from Lily's Home. Second start of the year for Blue Lily, a good one. 7-3, 5-11, stopping the clock in 59.27. Blue Lily kicks off the late Fire 5 at 10-1. Entering the winner's circle, the victorious Blue Lily, a 6-year-old brown mare by champion American Pharoah out of Winnie Dixie, bred in Kentucky by Miss Friteriani Hay, owned by Jose Palacina, trained by Raul de la Mora, and ridden to victory by Santos Sanger. Blue Lily, 10-1. It's official. $1 exacta, 76.60, 50-cent trifecta, big bucks, 439.25. 10-cent superfecta, 413.40. Your $1 double, 61.70. That consolation double, 8-1, returns $5. 50-cent pick 3, 52.30. The first pick 4 of the day, $222.50. And the early pick 5, $1,108.20. Kick off the pick 4 15 minutes from now. No scratches, no changes in race 6 in 15 minutes. They are off and running. Color Me Fast with the late money signed on, clicks down to 9-5 and goes a length clear from Lily's Home, who's asked to keep pace. Blue Lily sits in second. Outside of that comes No Lack of Charm. Even wider than that is Thirsty Accountant. Carousing sits in sixth. Francie Prance in tightly down on the inside. Then Do You Realize and Last Legacy on the wide side as Blue Lily and Color Me Fast appear to be going quickly. 22.38 as Blue Lily pokes that nose in front. Color Me Fast is going to have to counter. Lily's Home shifting off the rail into the three path, coming with her run. Thirsty Accountant at 7-2 is just spinning the wheels. No Lack of Charm going to ride the rail, and it's Blue Lily putting away Color Me Fast. Blue Lily going to have to deal with Lily's Home as Lily's Home is coming, but the wire is as well, and Blue Lily is clear. Blue Lily on the wrong lead, but in the right spot. It's Blue Lily from Lily's Home.
7 minutes to the 6th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a 3-year-old and up allowance. This is for Indiana breds. Throwing 6 furlongs on the dirt in here. 9-horse field. The 6-5 is the 9 Rapunzel's song. I'm going to go to the rail, though. Beach Dancer, 10-1. I got Tim Eggleston going 1 and 2 here. Beach Dancer gets Oscar Villarreal, who is looking for a double today. Started the week with 4 wins and then has had a win or in the money finish, I'm pretty sure, every day this week. Kid's now got 8 or 9 in the last 2 weeks. So he's hot. And then Tim is with the ever so wonderful team of Matt and Eric Kioskowski and Jason Kaler. Wonderful addition to Indiana breeders and owners. Tim is 26% in allowance ranks. His horses have a little bit of time off, a couple months off, and when he gives his horses a little bit of a freshening here, he hits at 19%. He finally broke the really, honestly, good debut. About second is the bettor's favorite. Horses all came back to win in that one. Cam's Rock and Gold, then Molly's Aussie he beat in the second race out, which was his maiden breaking race with Santo aboard. And then and that horse is in here today, so he's beat her. And then she's beat her. And then the 5th place finished first time with winners. It was 5.5 distance she's used to, stretching out a little bit to 6, but I think she'll be good off of that little freshening. And she's got the best saddle in her there. Shane and Jordan doing a great job with her as they're walking her to saddle her. Let's go now to the 7. What about now? Santo looking for a double. My man winning the last race. Just can't say enough good things about Santo. 3-year-old filly by Congrats, also trained by Tim. This one owned by Rob Ray. And wow, just how close. She really kind of always runs the same race. She tucks in behind the leader and she kind of stays there in that position. However, the one time she did win, her maiden breaking win, June 19th, she was right there with that horse, Point Me to the Bourbon, and ended up winning by 4.5. Now, Santo was up that time. He rode her last in an allowance, and I think she fits in really good here. She doesn't have as much speed as the others, but I think her running style, where she's right there, she's going to stay right there. It's just kind of the race that she runs. I don't see her going to the lead and challenging as much, but who knows? She's got a good group, kind of similar to who she's been running against in the past. What about now is my exacta. 12-1. Then I'm going to put the 9 Rapunzel's song. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard for Brad Cox. Fernando right behind Burgess for leading jockey. 79 the last time this one raced. Now, this horse has not raced since August 15, 2023. It was on a muddy track and was second by a neck. Broke the maiden by 2 right in July, and then second by a neck in August. And then Tim has retired. Brad Cox takes this filly. 4-year-old filly by Cantharos. Why the year off? I don't know. But Brad's high percentage. He's great with horses like this. He always takes his time, and it pays off. Ricky, obviously, is assistant. One of the best on the backside. 79. If she runs back to that, yeah, she's a clear-cut winner. However, a year off, that made me concerned, and I haven't even texted Ricky to ask him. I didn't get any insight into this one. I just thought, let's give her one. And then watch where he puts this one next. But bullet work, though, coming in. I mean, she looks good. October 30th, 4 furlongs, 48 flat breezing. And then October 23rd, another bullet from the gate. So, I mean, we'll see. 179 for me, though. I've got Tim Eggleston going 1-2. I've got my guys Matt and Jason on top here. Beach Dancer with Oscar, the bug who is on fire. 3 minutes post. Good luck.
Phillies on the track for the upcoming 6th race. Kicks off today's 15% takeout pick 4. They'll go 6 furlongs, just 2 minutes away. Field approaching the starting gate. Post time for race 6. Closer to the truth with What About Now. Reeler and Molly's Aussie. Molly's Aussie up and in, waiting on favored Rapunzel's Song at 8-5. They are off and running, and Rapunzel's Song broke alertly. Rapunzel's Song looking to cross and clear under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz, but Beach Dancer and Oscar Villarreal, they're good to go from the rail as those two are a half length clear from Molly's Aussie. Then comes Reeler alongside Just Hanging On. Behind those two is B Flat Out with Closer to the Truth, and What About Now has already asked for her best run from Santo Sanger, and Ray Lynn going to do her best running late, 22.32 through a contested opening quarter as Beach Dancer at 8-1, hanging out with Rapunzel's Song in the 2-path. Molly's Aussie is losing ground as now Closer to the Truth and Reeler are looking to reap the benefits of the duel up front. B Flat Out and Deshaun Parker are moving into it as well, and there goes Ray Lynn making up ground. Still nothing from What About Now as Rapunzel's Song is challenged from the inside and the outside. Reeler's got a split if good enough, and here comes Just Hanging On, and Just Hanging On goes right by Rapunzel's Song, who waved the white flag, and Just Hanging On is going to have to hold off Reeler. Reeler is lunging late, but Just Hanging On gets the job done from Reeler and B Flat Out in 112.22. Photo sign's been removed. 6, 4, 2, 1, and 5 for those Pentafecta players. Ray Lynn gets up for 5th at 30-1. It's a training double for trainer Michael Lauer. Still unofficial. Entering the winner's circle for the second time in her 7-race career, Just Hanging On, 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Alternation out of Tail. Bred in Indiana by Mike and Penny Lauer. Trained by Mike Lauer, owned by Penny Lauer and Casey Roger. Roger Casey. Evan Roman aboard. Just Hanging On. Race 6 has gone official. $6-4 exacta, 22.10, 50-cent trifecta, 642-106. 10-cent superfecta, 6421, 149.44. That pentafecta returns $1,676.44. $1 double 76 returns $40.60. 50-cent pick 3 began in race number 4, returns $132.90. Race number 7 coming at you quick 17 minutes from now. One rider change to be announced. Number 8 will be picked up by the race 6 winner, Evan Roman. Scratch number 3 out of the 7th will be on the main track for the 7th. They are off and running, and Rapunzel's Song broke alertly. Rapunzel's Song looking to cross and clear under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz, but Beach Dancer and Oscar Villarreal, they're good to go from the rail as those two are a half-length clear from Molly's Aussie. Then comes Reeler alongside Just Hanging On. Behind those two is B Flat Out with Closer to the Truth. And What About Now has already asked for her best run from Santo Sanger, and Ray Lynn going to do her best running late, 22.32 through a contested opening quarter as Beach Dancer at 8-1, hanging out with Rapunzel's Song in the 2-path. Molly's Aussie is losing ground as now Closer to the Truth and Reeler are looking to reap the benefits of the duel up front. B Flat Out and Deshaun Parker are moving into it as well, and there goes Ray Lynn making up ground. Still nothing from What About Now as Rapunzel's Song is challenged from the inside and the outside. Reeler's got a split if good enough, and here comes Just Hanging On, and Just Hanging On goes right by Rapunzel's Song, who waved the white flag, and Just Hanging On is going to have to hold off Reeler. Reeler is lunging late, but Just Hanging On gets the job done from Reeler and B Flat Out in 112.22.
More 2-year-olds set to graduate here for the upcoming 7th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've been rolling out the 2-year-olds on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indy. This one for the boys, 2-year-old colts and geldings, some of them, for looking for their first career victory. A mile and 70 yards going to be the distance, running for a generous purse of $36,000. Scratch number 3 out of this event, leaves 8 of them set to go a mile and 70. And I'm going to look no further than your inside runner, Conference Calling. Joe Ramos teaming up with Tim Eggleston for Kiewakowski and Kaler. They just ran a good 4th-place finish with Beach Dancer from the inside, but they're looking for better with Conference Calling on the stretch out. A 2-year-old chestnut by Air Force Blue out of Intensified, who I think will appreciate some added ground. He has not run poorly in his first 2 starts. In fact, he's run very admirably. He went off at 7-1 on debut and run into a tough group. Legal Contact and Goldwyn, the 2nd-place finisher, then returned just 3 weeks later to beat him. He's shown speed in each and every start. He's shown the willingness to fight on and run very well. He hasn't shown the finish that was needed going 5 or 5.5 furlongs. So if you're wondering why, he may take to a stretch out even though he hasn't shown the finish at 5 or 5.5 furlongs, well, those quarters at the sprinting are probably 22-1 today. He might be on the lead, potentially with a clear lead around 24 and change, right around 48 if things go their way. And I think Conference Calling will appreciate those slower fractions today. And with a lead, could be tough to pass in the lane. He's got the shortest way around the racetrack, breaking from post position number 1. We'll see if Joe Ramos can get Kiewakowski and Kaler a winner with Conference Calling. The bettors have signed on. We'll see if the results are going to follow along, 4-5 on the board. But Michael Lauer is looking for a hat trick with 1945. Kalea going to be calling the shots in here on this 2-year-old chestnut roan by V.E. Day, who is a 4-time starter, has a 2nd-place finish last time out here on October 17th. They've tried the turf. Going long on the turf didn't go poorly either. They ran very well. They broke alertly, pressed from in between, and they ran a good 3rd-place finish. Horse who's proven around 2 turns. In fact, this will be the 3rd time going 2 turns on the dirt and the 4th time overall. I think that endurance has been built up. The stamina may be there over some of these others that are trying it for the first time, and we'll see if 1945 can keep the winning ways alive for Michael Lauer, who's been red hot over these last couple of days. We'll see if that experience around the distance certainly helps. But the money's come in a little bit as well. 8-1 morning line, currently 5-1 on the board. Projection right around 7-1 at this point. But a long shot you might want to consider for your pentafecta or underneath trifecta and superfecta is Shaniki. Miguel Silva sends this David Cobb bred 2-year-old by her out to the starting ranks. A 3-time starter who hasn't hit the board yet, and all of them have been at the maiden special weight level. They did the old 2 sprints to a route race. They showed speed that day, didn't show much finish. Should be stronger today going a 2nd time at this distance. Yolola and Miguel Angel Silva are a jockey-trainer combination that they don't win all that often, but when they do, it's usually at a big price. And I think there's certainly upside with a 30-1 morning line who's trying 2 turns for the 2nd time. And Silva has been very good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 17%. He owns and trains. Taking some love is number 6 on the board right now at 12-1. But I'm all about Conference Calling, something you never want to get stuck on, whether you're at work. But we'll take a winner at 4-5 in race number 7, 4 minutes from now.
Field on the track for race number 7. They'll be heading to the starting gate. Briefly, scratch number 3 out of the upcoming 7th. Two-year-old boys have reached the starting gate for the 7th race. Conference calling loads at 3 to 2. Lookout Kid goes in with Jimmel. Nine questions. Will be alongside 1945. More dancer gelding, Rocadura, the last to load. They are off and running, and Conference Calling at even money shows the way under the wire for the first time. Is Conference Calling going to be attacked by Shanique in the two-path? Sitting in third is Jimmel along with 1945. Behind that group is Nine Questions with Lookout Kid, and then comes Rocadura, and After Big Storm is 12 lengths behind. Conference Calling at 3 to 5 as Shanique is a length behind that opening quarter in 23.37. Then goes Jimmel at 68 to 1 along with 1945 as Lookout Kid is making up ground, and outside of that is Rocadura. Nine Questions riding the inside. After Big Storm still 10 lengths behind. As little has changed in the plot on the backside. They go in the shade as they head to the sun, and Conference Calling at 3 to 5 made it through an opening half in 48.10, and Shanique comes under the ride in second at 18 to 1. Shanique is dropping out of it, and Conference Calling is strung out this field. Conference Calling opening up at the top of the lane, and Conference Calling now ahead by 5 as Lookout Kid at 7 to 2 and Nine Questions take up the running. Conference Calling trying to keep his mind on business. Nine Questions riding the paint. Lookout Kid needing to do better. Here comes Nine Questions going to attack Conference Calling. Conference Calling went quick early. Does he have enough left for the final eighth? He's digging down deep, but Nine Questions has momentum, and Nine Questions is cutting that margin, and there goes Nine Questions right past Conference Calling, and Nine Questions gets the job done from Conference Calling. 1945 rounded out the try. Four 1-5-2-7 in 144.67. Entering the winner's circle, 9 questions. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by American Freedom out of Zipso Facto. Bred in Indiana by the owners Lucky J Stables. Ridden to victory by Santos Anger. Tony Granitz gets on the board with 9 questions. Race 7 is official. 4-1 exacta, 1950. 50-cent trifecta, $33.75. 10-cent soup, $13.53. Pentafecta, $74.44. $1 double returns $20.80, and the 50-cent pick 3, $147.40. The 8th race is on the board 19 minutes from now. Scratch the 7. 3-year-old fillies looking for their first victory will go 1 mile and 70 yards in the 8th. They are off and running, and Conference Calling at even money shows the way. Under the wire for the first time is Conference Calling, going to be attacked by Shanique in the 2-path. Sitting in third is Jimmel along with 1945. Behind that group is 9 questions with Lookout Kid, and then comes Rocadura, and After Big Storm is 12 lengths behind Conference Calling at 3-5, as Shanique is a length behind that opening quarter in 23.37. Then goes Jimmel at 68-1 along with 1945, as Lookout Kid is making up ground, and outside of that is Rocadura. 9 questions riding the inside. After Big Storm, still 10 lengths behind. As little has changed in the plot on the backside. They go in the shade as they head to the sun, and Conference Calling at 3-5 made it through an opening half in 48.10, and Shanique comes under the ride in second at 18-1. Shanique is dropping out of it, and Conference Calling is strung out this field. Conference Calling opening up at the top of the lane, and Conference Calling now ahead by 5 as Lookout Kid at 7-2 and 9 questions take up the running. Conference Calling trying to keep his mind on business. 9 questions riding the paint. Lookout Kid needing to do better. Here comes 9 questions going to attack Conference Calling. Conference Calling went quick early. Does he have enough left for the final 8th? He's digging down deep, but 9 questions has momentum, and 9 questions is cutting that margin, and there goes 9 questions right past Conference Calling, and 9 questions gets the job done from Conference Calling. 1945 rounded out the try.
As we approach the 8th race, we're almost out of maidens here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 9 minutes away. Scratch number 7, Dame Maud Chardine, out of this race. And we are going to have a heavily backed favorite. I usually try not to put 1 to 5s on top, but right now, even money on Evocation. But if those DRF algorithms are accurate, which they are typically, then Evocation is likely to go off at 1 to 5. Currently even money on the board. The Keeneland Shipper looking to get the Indiana money in here. 3-year-old filly who is in for a tag. She's been in for a tag for some time. She ran at 20,000 over at Keeneland. However, even though the claiming price hasn't necessarily changed, it is more class relief coming from Keeneland and the likes of Churchill at their maiden 20 than the maiden 15 she will face today. Once a $29,000 purchase last March at the OBS sale, now in for a tag of 15 after 11 starts. She's still looking for that elusive first victory. Her closest effort was on June 7th, in which she had the lead at the 8th pole clear by 2, and she got run down by Lady June by a half length that day. That was a 1-turn mile, going a mile and 70 yards here, 2 turns. She's experienced 2 turns over at Turfway as well and handled it just fine. So the distance should be a non-issue in here. She exits the race over at Keeneland, in which it was really a 1-horse race throughout. Romantic Dancer never gave the rest of that field a chance at all. So I didn't think much of that. She stays on Lasix in here. We'll see if Evocation for 4 Pillars Holdings appreciates the class relief enough to win at 4 to 5 on the board. But the better value could come from number 3, My Spring Sunshine. Kalea trying to get My Spring Sunshine a fall maiden victory in here at 14 to 1. Pinson trains this 3-year-old filly by Vino Rosso, who's winless and hasn't hit the board through 4 starts. They've tried a little bit of everything. They debuted sprinting at Belterra. They went long at Belterra on the turf. Then they ran into a sloppy racetrack over at Churchill Downs. And most recently, October 14th, went 7.5 furlongs on our turf course, where they sat just off the flank of the front runner to the top of the lane and ultimately ended up flat in the lane, going from half length in second to beaten by 9 and finishing 5th in a 10-horse field. That's the bad news. The good news is she did beat home half the field. She's got experience on the main track. She's got experience around 2 turns. You're getting a 7-pound weight break for Kalea, who's been riding very well. He kicked off our card today with a winner in the first race at 5 to 1. He'll look to do so again in here at 12 to 1, but is chilly on the board. 7 to 2 morning line, currently well above that for the overlay My Spring Sunshine. Number 5 is Frosty Tail. Seems fitting in here as we head into the winter months and closing out the meet just 4 days away. General Garcia trains Frosty Tail, a 3-year-old filly by Frosted. 0 for 6 lifetime with a good second place finish. The problem is that finish, the best career finish, came over at Turfway Park on the synthetic. She's done her best running on both the turf and the synthetic. She hasn't run all that well on the dirt in here, but it is interesting that our leading trainer, one of our leading trainers, along with Randy Klopp, enters this filly on the dirt. Wanted to be on this dirt. Last time they were seen on the dirt was back in April 25th, our opening months, and tracked in a good spot in hand, just off the clear front runner, and came under a ride on the backside and dropped out rather rapidly. That's the bad news. The good news is it came at the maiden special weight level. She hasn't been seen in some time. She comes in off of a layoff. She comes back for a tag. Another one who gets a ton of class relief, but there's not a lot to love on the form on the main track. We'll see if she can overcome that class relief and overcome maybe her disinterest in the dirt thus far early on in her career. Frosty Tail goes out for connections that do not need a map to our winner's circle, and you're getting 3 to 1 on a Frosty Tail. We'll see if Evocation can live up to the hype, projected to be 1 to 5. We'll see if it's fact or fiction 4 minutes from now.
field on the track for the upcoming 8th race, set to go to the post just 2 minutes from now. Fields reach the starting gate. It is now post time. Evocation goes in. Deshaun Parker aboard. Frosty Tail in. On Business goes in at 17-1. The sun's setting on one of our final Thursdays of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. My Spring Sunshine will go in next. Charlena. Last to load will be Malice Mama. They are off and running as Malice Mama spots the rest of this field 5 lengths and is asked to cut into that margin, but My Spring Sunshine broke alertly, as did Charlena, and Frosty Tail in the 3 path as Evocation at 1-9 tucks in behind those leaders right alongside your heavily backed favorite is Maria's Music sitting calmly in 5th. Then comes Tis Oblivion along with Ain't Ya Business, and the slow starting Malice Mama can see them all through an opening quarter in 24.51, and My Spring Sunshine with their ears perked is listening to commands as Charlena now goes up to her throat latch. Frosty Tail is in the 3 path, and Evocation at 1-9 is just patiently being ridden by veteran rider Deshaun Parker. Tis Oblivion sits in 5th. Down on the inside is Maria's Music. Then comes Ain't Ya Business along with Malice Mama in opening half in 49.29 as My Spring Sunshine leads them into that turn. Charlena being asked for her best run. Frosty Tail at 9-1, and Deshaun Parker is just waiting for a seam with Evocation, who appears loaded at 1-9, and the Keeneland shipper is trying to find a spot to run. The rest have a lot of work to do as Tis Oblivion is 10 lengths behind these leaders, as is Malice Mama, and there goes Evocation. Evocation right up to My Spring Sunshine looking to push past, and the job is done. Evocation at 1-9 as My Spring Sunshine led them a long ways, but the important ways was to the winner's circle for Evocation from My Spring Sunshine, and Charlena from Frosty Tail rounding out the soup. 13458 in 143.97. Evocation loaded throughout gets the maiden breaking score. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Speightster out of My Sugar, bred in Kentucky by Sienna Farms, owned by Four Pillars Holding. Ridden to victory by Deshaun Parker, trained by Kyle Karamori. Evocation gets the maiden breaking score as race 8 is now official. $1 exacta returns $4.30. 50-cent trifecta $8.40. 10-cent soup $1.345. $4.60. Pentafecta out of the 8th race $23.42. $1 double $9.50. 50-cent pick 3 $13.50. The final thoroughbred race of the evening is set to go off 19 minutes from now. There's no scratches, no changes. 3-year-old fillies bred in the great state of Indiana will go 6 furlongs on a fast main track under the lights 19 minutes from now. They are off and running as Malice Mama spots the rest of this field 5 lengths and is asked to cut into that margin, but My Spring Sunshine broke alertly, as did Charlena, and Frosty Tail in the 3 path as Evocation at 1-9 tucks in behind those leaders right alongside your heavily backed favorite is Maria's Music sitting calmly in 5th. Then comes Tis Oblivion along with Ain't Ya Business, and the slow starting Malice Mama can see them all through an opening quarter in 24.51, and My Spring Sunshine with her ears perked is listening to commands as Charlena now goes up to her throat latch. Frosty Tail is in the 3 path, and Evocation at 1-9 is just patiently being ridden by veteran rider Deshaun Parker. Tis Oblivion sits in 5th. Down on the inside is Maria's Music. Then comes Ain't Ya Business along with Malice Mama in opening half in 49.29 as My Spring Sunshine leads them into that turn. Charlena being asked for her best run. Frosty Tail at 9-1, and Deshaun Parker is just waiting for a seam with Evocation, who appears loaded at 1-9, and the Keeneland Shipper is trying to find a spot to run. The rest have a lot of work to do as Tis Oblivion is 10 lengths behind these leaders, as is Malice Mama, and there goes Evocation. Evocation right up to My Spring Sunshine looking to push past, and the job is done. Evocation at 1-9 as My Spring Sunshine led them a long ways, but the important ways was to the winner's circle for Evocation from My Spring Sunshine, and Charlena from Frosty Tail rounding out the soup.
9 minutes away from our final maiden race of the day. This will be the last one for the thoroughbreds, and then we'll give way to Miss Martha Clausen. If you followed Martha's picks last night, you were gifted a 7-2 winner who turned that quarter horse race into quite a romp. Was a easy winner at 7-2, went off all of the third or fourth choice. So strongly encourage you to tune in to Martha's handicapping analysis in the upcoming 10th race, in which they are set to go 330 yards. We've got a 6-furlong sprint in here. Hopefully you're still alive in the late Fire 5 after that 1-9 winner in the 8th race. We'll see if we can't get a little better price in here. I'm going to go hunting for a little bit of a long shot in this spot, as we've got a 5-year-old first-time starter by the name of Candies for Andrew Brown, who owns and trains Sammy Bermudez, is going to be aboard as well. And there's not a whole lot to go off of on the breeding. So if you're going to test me on the breeding, there's really just not much there. This 5-year-old mare takes on quite a few who have racing experience on her. She's out of Dahir's Chica, who didn't produce a Beyer speed figure in 3 career starts. She was -0 all the time in her 3 career starts thus far. This is the second foal. The lone foal to race produced a 12 Beyer on debut, and the second out returned to her mother's sake at 0. So Candies doesn't have a lot to go off of on a breeding standpoint. However, I do trust my guy Andy Brown. He's got a small stable. He takes good care of the horses that he oversees. He owns and trains this 5-year-old mare, and I think highly of Texas Red as well. And it seems like a great spot to debut a horse late in the season at the maiden special weight level. There's plenty of races they could have debuted for a tag, 5, 10, whatever. However, they're running for the maiden special weight level later on in the season, as it's kind of sifted and settled itself out thus far. We'll see if Candies can get the money at first asking for Andy Brown, drawing the eye of 14% win rider Sammy Bermudez, and she also debuts with Lasix. We'll see if the 5-year-old mare pays off for their patience, now just 6 minutes away from the 9th. In second comes Little Ransom Fire, Scotty Mullins and Alberto Burgos. Burgos trying to keep pace with Fernando De La Cruz and continue to be the pace car as De La Cruz continues to chase. Burgos continues to win, and Little Ransom Fire in 4 starts has 3 third-place finishes, has shown a ton of speed, hasn't shown the ability to finish off her races. In fact, she gave way late to Outlaw Woman, who's currently 3-2 on the board. But I like that Scotty Mullins owns and trains this 3-year-old filly, and she's got a ton of pace. In a race under the lights, I want to be on the lead. I want to play catch me if you can, and maybe Little Ransom Fire, if she's clear, can get a little bit brave. Lately, when she's been on the lead, she's been dueling. That can be very challenging to do. If she clears off on the lead, maybe Alberto Burgos can carry her home and prove why he's atop the rider's standings. But right behind him is Outlaw Woman on the outside. 7-5 on the board. Did beat our second selection last time out, and Outlaw Woman just ran here October 22nd, a decent second place finish, but was bet down to even money that day, and it looks like the bettors are back yet again. This is a horse who's gone off favored 3 times in her 10-race career. The 3-year-old filly by Tail of Icati didn't go to the lead last time out, and they sat behind a 4-headed speed duel. What I thought was a pretty darn good trip. It was a wise decision not to go to the lead, but didn't show much kick or punch. Her desire to really chase on at the end of the race. Blinkers coming off could make a difference in here for Outlaw Woman. Ethan West winning at 25% with the blinkers coming off. She's been a consistent sort, consistently underneath in the exacta and trifecta. We'll see if that changes today, going home as a favorite for Outlaw Woman on the board at 8-5, 2, 4, and 8 in the thoroughbred finale, and then we will watch and wonder who Martha picks in the nightcap.
Field on the track for your final daily double opportunity in race number 9, now just 2 minutes away. Loading process has begun. Race number 9. Sunny Attitude. Little Ransom Fire. An Outlaw Woman will be the last to load. On the board at even money. 8 in the gate. They are off and running under the lights as Candies, the first-time starter, bobbled badly. Candies bobbled and trying to recover, but well behind the field is Lamadora, as Sunny Attitude is good to go, as is B on the Loose, and Little Ransom Fire. Queen's Desire, the gray, sitting in 4th. Outlaw Woman is outpaced at this point with the tail flared. Candies recovering. What Not Who is in last from Lamadora, as B on the Loose is tethered to the rail. Little Ransom Fire and Sunny Attitude still dueling through an opening quarter in 22.46. Queen's Desire rounding into it, and now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. asks Outlaw Woman to go get that trio up top. Lamadora is on the wide side. Who Not What in 7th, and nothing from the 5-year-old firster Candies, as Little Ransom Fire trying to run away with it, but B on the Loose is battling back gamely, and here comes Outlaw Woman at 2-5, looking to push past those embattled leader as Outlaw Woman attacks them, but B on the Loose refusing to give in, and Outlaw Woman from a tough luck second. B on the Loose and Little Ransom Fire as Outlaw Woman gets the money. 81437, as today's the day for Outlaw Woman. Outlaw Woman into the winner's circle for the first time of her career. 3-year-old bay filly by Taylor Vicati. Out of Trip to the Stars, bred in Indiana by Charlie Hancock. Owned by Thorough Crowd and Charlie Hancock. Charlie and Belinda Hancock, excuse me. Trained to victory by Ethan West. Ridden by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Outlaw Woman stops the clock in 113.18. Race 9 is official. $1 exacta, $13.10. 50-cent trifecta, $14.50. 10-cent superfecta, $22.94. The pentafecta, $63.48. Your $1 daily double returns $1.90. 50-cent pick 3, $8.25. Tonight's late pick 4, $23.65. The late fire 5, $343.30 in that late fire 5. Martha's getting dialed up, and she's ready to take you through the final final quarter horse race of the evening. Scratch 11, 12, 13, and 14. A 330-yard dash rounds out the week of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They are off and running under the lights as Candies, the first-time starter, bobbled badly. Candies bobbled and trying to recover, but well behind the field is Lamadora, as Sunny Attitude is good to go, as is Bee on the Loose, and Little Ransom Fire. Queen's Desire, the gray, sitting in fourth. Outlaw Woman is outpaced at this point with the tail flared. Candies recovering. What Not Who is in last from Lamadora, as Bee on the Loose is tethered to the rail. Little Ransom Fire and Sunny Attitude still dueling through an opening quarter in 22.46. Queen's Desire rounding into it, and now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. asks Outlaw Woman to go get that trio up top. Lamadora is on the wide side. Who Not What in seventh, and nothing from the 5-year-old firster Candies, as Little Ransom Fire trying to run away with it, but Bee on the Loose is battling back gamely, and here comes Outlaw Woman at 2 to 5, looking to push past those embattled leader as Outlaw Woman attacks them, but Bee on the Loose refusing to give in, and Outlaw Woman from a tough luck second Bee on the Loose, and Little Ransom Fire as Outlaw Woman gets the money.
Well, we're going to finish the live racing week with a very nice allowance race for quarter horses. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 lifetime races. We do have the scratch of each of the also eligibles, but a nice field of 10 traveling 330 yards. So let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 3, Sunday's Best, who gets some serious class relief for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston this afternoon. This is a 4-year-old mare by Jess Zuman. She's competed in 4 stakes this meet, and most recently the ultra tough 113,000 Indiana Championship. That was last month. She ran 5th to the incomparable Mr. Michael, as well as stakes winners, multiple stakes winners, Seas Greatness and Tatcha's Secret. Now, granted, this mare's last visit to the winner's circle was over a year ago, but she's been tested against some of the best older horses we have at Horseshoe Indy. I think back to the allowance level, she's going to do just fine under her regular rider, Rolando Pena. All right, we'll go next to number 9, and that's I'm a Just Dashin'. Returns off a 400-yard trial for the Sturley Bertram. Again, that was a really tough race that was contested. The final was contested on Champions Day. This is a son of Jess Zuman, who closed for 3rd against his very tough field in this trial. That included Cisco Beach, who's already a Derby champion this year. I'm a Just Dashing already won 2 races this season, looking for his 3rd for leading owner Campos Family Ventures, top jockey, quarter horse jockey Edgar Diaz, and of course Claudio Barazza, who's very much in the running for the leading trainer. There's just one win that separates the top 3 heading into next week's final live racing week at Horseshoe Indy. All right, how about number 2, Doc's Pilot 123, who has been very consistent for trainer Jesse Vasquez. 4 in the money finishes this season, really, really sharp. This is a filly by Paint My Pilot, and she does something I always admire. She broke her maiden in July, and the very next start, which was 1 month later, she stepped right up and won at the allowance level. That's pretty unusual. I've talked about it quite a bit. It can sometimes take 1, 2, 3 starts before they rival the horses that have had more experience. But not in her case. She's pretty sharp. Really, really good out of the gate. Almost every effort she breaks well. And she'll be ridden by Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who seems to really understand her extremely well. She's a serious contender, even though a lot of the other horses have more experience at the upper allowance level. Now we got to forgive the last race for my 4th choice, and that's John 316. He broke poorly, just never got in gear. That was last month. But pedigree-wise, you cannot ignore him. He's sired by All-American Futurity champion Just Good Candy. I think he's just capable of better if he has a good break. Guadalupe Arevalo trains and will give a leg up to Fernando Morin. So I'm going 3, 9, 2, 10 in our finale. And I want to also remind everybody that if you're interested in buying a race horse, a quarter horse, and of course there's so many opportunities in Indiana at Horseshoe Indy to have a nice quarter horse, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, whatever. There's just great opportunities throughout the extended meet in 2025. So anyway, all you have to do is go to the QHRAI website. You've got to enroll because it's online bidding only, and they'll send you through the paces, and then you can just watch and hopefully pick your next quarter horse champion. All right, well, 3, 9, 2, 10 for me. We are off tomorrow, so wish everybody a very happy Friday and a great weekend, and we'll see you back here for a special Veterans Day card at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Field on the track for tonight's finale. Post time. VGK Dynasty gone in. Biggest Golden Knights fan. The gray Eagle flyby, 16-1 on the board. Fancy politics. Sunday's best. Country celebration. The last to go in will be John 316. 10 of them. They're off. They are off and running as VGK Dynasty broke inward ever so slightly, but Sunday's best is good to go, as is I'm a Just Darling, and from in between is My Temptation. Sunday's best going well, as is Doc's Pilot, and it's a scramble to the wire. Doc's Pilot 1, 2, 3, and Sunday's best. Sunday's best gets the money from Doc's Pilot 1, 2, 3. Photo for the rest. Hold 'em all. Photo finish is illuminated, as is the inquiry sign. Hold 'em all. Three, 2, 4, 9, 1. Unofficially in 17.040. Inquiry into the running of race 10. No change to the final order of finish. No change. Inquiry sign will be removed. 3, 2, 4, 9, and 1. 2 in a row for Martha Clausen. Thursday is officially in the books here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as Sunday's Best. Our winner of race number 10 is Sunday's Best, a 4-year-old sorrel mare by Jizuman out of Some Fun for Magic. Trained by our leading conditioner, Tim Eggleston, ridden to victory by Rolando Pina, owned by Mr. Randy Thompson. Exacta returns $52, 50-cent trifecta, $117.20. Final pick 3 of the evening, $9.55. The last pentafecta, $741.42. Big prices underneath in that pentafecta. $2 double, 8.3, 22.40, and the final 10-cent superfecta, $150.97. That's going to conclude this week's racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. However, we do have a very special Veterans Day card on Monday with a special post time of 1:10. We've moved up our post for the final week of racing to 1:10. Join us on Veterans Day. Drive safely. are off and running as VGK Dynasty broke inward ever so slightly, but Sunday's Best is good to go, as is I'm a Just Darling, and from in between is My Temptation. Sunday's Best going well, as is Doc's Pilot, and it's a scramble to the wire. Doc's Pilot 1, 2, 3, and Sunday's Best. Sunday's Best gets the money from Doc's Pilot 1, 2, 3. Photo for the